Out your books, not your books, your Bible. Turn to Romans 5:8. Those of you online, looks like we are on here. Join us turning to Romans 5:8. This will be your memory verse, and you will have this a little bit later on in the week. Romans 5:8. Everyone has your Bible out? Everyone is turning there? Make sure that you get it out. Turn there. Romans 5:8. Okay, who can read Romans 5:8 for me? All right, Romans 5:8. Cody, can you read that for me, please? Hey, do me a favor. This is not the time to write it in on your field notes either, so help me out with that. You don't need to do that during this time. How many of you have memorized this verse before? Probably several of you have. Hopefully it's an easier one. But God commended his love toward us, and that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Anytime we're looking at a verse, we've talked about this, we have to go to the context of that verse. When you hear somebody referring to the context of the Bible, or even just the context of, you ever heard somebody talk, maybe it's somebody, a president or some celebrity, and they say, I've been taken out of context. You ever heard that phrase used before? What does that mean? What does that mean when somebody says, hey, they took me out of context? They took what I said out of context. Anybody know? Yeah, Jose. They didn't get the gist? Yeah. What were you going to say? Okay. Yeah, basically they take one statement you say and they run with that, but it may have been, let me say this, all right? Some people believe that people believe that you should have illegal drugs. Now, is that a true statement? Do some people believe that? Yes. Now, if I then spend the next 20 minutes explaining why that statement is false, but all anybody hears and all they write down is that, hey, Mr. Moyer said that illegal drugs are fine. That's taken out of context. So what happens oftentimes in the Bible is people will take one verse and they will just go to that one verse and they'll say, see, this is what the Bible says, but they don't go, listen, Jesus, you could take it out of context and say Jesus said that people should commit suicide. You could take, didn't Judas the last night he's with him say, hey, what you're going to do, go do it quickly? What did Judas end up doing that night? He ended up betraying him, but at the end of it, what did he do? He committed suicide. So if I can take that out of context and be like, hey, here's what Jesus, now is that what Jesus said? No, it's not. But it's easy to take things out of context, so when we're reading the Bible, we must understand that context is very, very important. So let me ask you this question. If context is important, how do I get the context of a verse? What should I do to help me understand the context of a verse? Guys, make sure we're not working on anything else this time. What did you say? Break it down. Okay, good. What else? Yeah. Read the other verses. If like for me, right, I said that statement and that's like the only thing somebody took with it, but then I spent the next 20 minutes saying, hey, that's not true, that's not, if someone were to read the whole or listen to the whole speech or whatever, they would quickly see, well, that's not true at all. So for me to get the context of a passage, here's what I like to do. If you want to get it really quick, read a couple verses before it, a couple verses afterwards. If you're really going to study it, read that chapter, you'll read that book. That's to give you the context. So right here, but God commendeth his love toward us. By the way, that word commendeth is showed or proved his love toward us. In that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. So go to verse number 6. Verse number 6. Who can read verse number 6 for me? This will help us get the context of it. Verse number 6. Romans 5, verse 6, which by the way is not your memory verse, but is close to your memory verse. Yes. What do you think that means? For when we were yet without strength, in due time Christ died for the ungodly. What do you think? How would you describe that to somebody? Did we have the strength to save ourselves? So he's saying you did not have the ability, you did not have the strength, but he still died for you. All right, verse number 7. Who can read that one for me? Verse number 7. Yeah, Brianna. What do you think that verse is saying? For scarcely for a righteous man will one die, yet peradventure for a good man some would even dare to die. What do you think that verse is saying? Anybody have an idea? If you're going to die for somebody, you're going to make sure that it's somebody that you care about and somebody that's a good person. If it is somebody that is an evil person, nobody has interest in taking their place. So what is it talking about right here? He's saying, hey, you need to understand that when Christ died for you, he didn't die. Listen, Jesus did not die for us because we are good, because we deserve him to die for us, because he needed to, because he should. Those are not the reasons that he died for us. He died for us. We had no strength. We couldn't save ourselves, and there was nothing good about us for him to die for. But that's why it starts with that right there. So we have no strength. There's really nothing good about us that says, hey, that's why you need to die for these people. But even because of that, God commendeth his love toward us, and that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. That's what that verse is all about. It's not about me. It's not about what I can do. It's not about how good I am. It's about what he did. And so that's what you're memorizing right there. Romans 5:8. Let's everybody read that verse together so everyone makes sure you're on that same page. Romans 5:8. Okay? Everyone read it together with me. But God commendeth. All right, let's make sure when we're supposed to be reading it in class that we do, and that'll help you get prepared for that. Again, nice that it's a little bit of a shorter verse. Negative side is it will be worth a lot more each point, whereas when it's longer verses, sometimes it's only worth 1 point each. So if you miss a phrase, it doesn't matter. Shorter verse, if you miss a phrase, it matters greatly. All right, take out your books. Turn to page 259. 259. And on page 259, we are going to see continue, and you guys should have these all written in here. We won't spend a lot of time. I need to go a little bit quicker today to try to get through some of this. Really quick, those of you that are hiding books at different places and reading or working on something at this time, do me a favor and put that away. It helps us all out there. So page 259 is where we are at, and we looked at the gospel. We looked at what that means. Remember the illustration we saw yesterday, and you guys have it in your book, where you have man and God. We talked about the Grand Canyon, how there is only one way to have access to God. We looked at all of those things on yesterday's, and we looked at this verse. The wages of sin is death. And you guys have that right there in your notes. I don't know if we memorized this verse this year or not, but a great verse. Wages of sin is death. Wages right there. The word wages means what you have earned. We break it down more like what you make per hour. Okay, I just saw a sign. I think McDonald's now you can make like $17 an hour. That's not bad. When I started working, I know way back, I think I started making like $5 an hour or something like that. So it's a little bit more nowadays. But if you work, nobody's working for free. Nobody's going in there and like making it doesn't work out that way. Your parents, wherever they have their job, they expect a paycheck. Maybe it's every week, maybe it's every other week. Some people get paid by the month, but they expect a paycheck. Why? Because that's what they've earned. And what we've earned because of sin is separation from God. But God's gift is eternal life. That is, again, a gift is something you do not earn. That's very important for us to understand. You don't earn a gift. Who can tell me the favorite gift you have ever been given for Christmas or birthday? This could be from like when you're really little, or maybe it was last year. I don't know, but what's a favorite gift, John? I got an Xbox for Christmas. Okay, very cool. Yeah, Jose. Xbox for Christmas. You guys got the same Xbox for Christmas? Oh, the same year. Wow. Okay. All right. Yes. A phone. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah. A snake? That's, man. How big is this snake? Is it in the house? Where is it at? Like in your room? We know how you're going to die. I mean, it's already like a given. One day we'll be sitting here and we'll be like, hey, what happened to Chase? And then we'll read it in the news. Teenager eaten by pet snake. You know, that's what we'll read. All right, a snake. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Hey, when you get a gift, here's the important thing. You ever think, I mean, we get gifts for things. Why do we get a gift for our birthday? I mean, it's a cultural thing, but it's like, hey, you were born this day. Now we got to give you gifts. Like, it doesn't really make sense, but I'm glad for it. But I'm just saying that's sort of how it is. And so you're given a gift not for anything you've done, but because people love you, they'll give you a gift. It's not because they're like, hey, my parents never said to me, as long as you do your chores, you'll get your birthday gift. That was never, they never said, if you want a birthday gift that costs this much money, you've got to work this many hours. Like, those were never the things that were involved in that. But we were given gifts not because of what we deserve, but just because of somebody's love for us, and that's what the gift of salvation is. And we're looking at God's sovereignty in the gospel. And we're going to break this word down. God has offered salvation to different groups of people. God has offered salvation to everybody. That's important for us to remember. Now, we do see throughout the Bible, God has a special relationship with Abraham's descendants, who today are referred to as Israelites, the people of Israel. The Old Testament deals with mostly God's dealings with this nation. Israel failed to keep their part in the relationship or covenant because they did not continue to serve God. And these are found. We won't really get into this deeply because there is a lot of deep things in Romans 9, 10, and 11. We're just going to sort of scrape the surface here for a moment. Israel failed to keep their part in their relationship or covenant because they did not pursue it by faith. Because of that, God makes salvation relationships with him available to all nations. It was always available to all nations. Israel was supposed to share that with people. They didn't. They sort of made it like an exclusive club. In fact, when you read the book of Acts, when the gospel begins to spread to the other nations, some of the Israelites have a little bit of a problem with this. Now, can Israelites be saved? Absolutely. They definitely can be. And by the way, let me just tackle this really quick because this has been something that has happened throughout history. How many of you guys have heard of the phrase anti-Semitism? You guys ever heard of that before? Anybody know what that phrase means? If you hear that word anti-Semitism, what does that mean? Anybody know? It means that you are prejudiced or discriminating against Jewish people. That's what that term means there. Sometimes people that the Catholic Church has done this, and there's been other denominations that have persecuted or been against the Jewish people. And here's one of the reasons. Maybe you've heard this before, maybe you haven't. Some people throughout history have said, well, the Jewish people deserve to be discriminated against because they are the ones that wanted Jesus killed. So some Christians have said, hey, we're because they wanted Jesus killed, because they still reject Jesus, we're going to persecute them. And this is, to me it sounds crazy, but it's actually been something that people have used. And let me ask you this question. Why did Jesus die? Was it the Jewish people that put him to death? Did the Jewish people have any power over him? No. In fact, the man that sentenced him to death was not Jewish at all. He was Roman. He was a Gentile. But some people have used that, and that's wrong. Many Jewish people today are not believers. They do not believe that Jesus was the Messiah. You will have some people who call themselves Messianic Jews. That is, they believe that Jesus was the Messiah. But if you go to Israel today, and I would not recommend going today right now because there's a lot of unrest. But if you were to go to Israel, you will see some people, maybe you guys ever seen a picture of like an Orthodox Jew? There's not really a community around here. Maybe if you traveled, you'll see them. They're in like black Like the guys will wear like a black suit with like a white shirt, and many times they'll have like these little rope type things coming down. They're sort of like prayer cords, different things. They're very nice people sometimes. But if you talk to them about Jesus, they don't want to talk to you at all. And so they've rejected the Messiah, but that does not mean that God is done with the Jewish people. In fact, one of the prophecies was that Israel would be back in the land before Jesus came back, which in 1948, Israel went back into, since AD 70 to 1948, Israel was not a nation. And in 1948, it became a nation again as they went back into the promised land. And we're going to see in the book of Revelation, God talks about many Jewish people being saved during the tribulation. But it's important to understand God is not done with the Israelites. And by the way, this is, well, I'll just say this. You probably have never heard. Israel, the church has not replaced Israel. Okay, some people believe in what's called replacement theology, and all the promises to Israel are now promises to the church, and that is not the case either. How to live by the Gospels. We are to worship and serve God by presenting our bodies as a living sacrifice. Weird terminology, but again, understand that he's writing this to people who understood sacrifice. Today, we don't have really any, well, I wouldn't say that. I'm sure there are some places. We don't really know of any religions that sacrifice animals still to their gods. But understand, during the first century, most of them were. And so what Paul is trying to teach them is God is no longer interested in you bringing a lamb to the temple and sacrificing a lamb. He's interested in sacrificing yourself. Now, that does not mean he wants you to climb up on an altar and light yourself on fire. That's why he makes sure that it's a living sacrifice. My life is his. How do I do that? By letting me be transformed. This, by the way, comes from Romans 12, 1 and 2. Verse number 2 says, and be transformed by the renewing of your mind. How am I transformed? By what I put into my mind. Let me just say this very quickly. What you put into your mind is so very, very important. And you got to guard that. You got to guard that. Our society, we are constantly bombarded by, but maybe more than any other society. I was talking to my wife. How often is it just quiet in your house? Like just you're sitting there and you don't hear anything. Not very often, is it? It's like some of us, we want background noise, even though sometimes you'll have the TV on and you're not watching it all, but you just have it on. I'll give you, I guess it's a little bit different in this case, but just how used we are to noise. How many of you sleep, you need like some type of sound to sleep? You know, maybe some of you have like some music playing, or for me, we've got like a fan going, because I don't like it when it's like completely silent at night. How many of you, that's how you like to sleep, completely silent? Okay, so some of you are like that. I like noise. Like just, and it's not like a radio or anything like that, it's just a fan going. Maybe that's so I can block out, you know, if the kids are crying or something, I don't know. But I like noise to be there, and when I'm in like a place where there is no noise, I don't know, it's maybe a little bit harder to get to sleep. We've become so used to noise. We've become so used to putting our headphones in. To, you know, as soon as you get out of school and you get in the car, you're putting those in and they're staying in for the next 6 hours before you go to bed. I mean, that's what, if we're not careful, we become used to. And there's no problem with that. I will listen to different things. I love listening to podcasts, different things like that. But you've got to guard what goes in. What's going into your mind? Because what's going into your mind is changing you. You're like, no, it's not changing. It's making you who you are. So does it matter what goes into your mind? I believe Romans 12:2 is very, very specific that yes, it does. And so we see that. So how is a Christian to behave toward authority? Towards the government. We are to submit to the government. Oh boy. This can be controversial in today's day and age. What should we do about mass? If you read Romans 13, it says we obey the government unless the government goes against what the says. It doesn't say obey the government as long as you like what the government says. You could add a lot of different things in there. And I think in this last year, we've sort of seen this a little bit more. And by the way, we will see this in the future. Now, some people may disagree with this, but I do believe that it's important for the church to meet together. I absolutely do believe that. So I don't know if you guys realize this. In Canada, there are pastors being thrown in jail right now because they're having church services and they're meeting together and they're being thrown in jail. Now, on that one, I do believe that they're following God's command to meet together. So they are. Now, I'll say this. It is important for us to be respectful and to, listen, I can't just say, hey, I'm running late to church, so I'm going to go 90 miles per hour on the road. That's not, just because you're going to church does not give you the ability to go against what the law says. I am to obey the law as long as it does not go against what God has commanded. And that's a serious thing. Does that mean I always will like, by the way, let me say this. Romans chapter 13 is written. Does anybody know? He's writing this to Rome, right? Do you guys know who is the law or who is the government right now in Rome? It's a guy by the name of Nero. You guys ever heard of Nero? Nero is not a good guy. Sometimes people are like, I'll follow the government as long as I like who the governor is. As long as I like who the president is, I'll follow him. Nero, in history, will end up, now there's debate about this, but many historians believe he, through accident or maybe even on purpose, had part of Rome burnt to rebuild it. You know who he blamed? Christians. Do you know what they began to do with Christians during that time? A terrible persecution. That is during the time that you're going to start seeing the idea of the gladiators, the people that are out there fighting these lions. They're going to be, and by the way, what a sick thing. I mean, can you imagine they're gathered into a theater to watch people be killed by animals? Like, I mean, when a society goes down, violence will be one of the things that is often greatly promoted. And that is what they sit there and they watch and they cheer as they're killed. Nero had Christians basically put on pole type things and lit on fire as the lights. I mean, this is the guy that Paul's saying, hey, you need to obey as long as it doesn't go against God. Now, I'm sure Paul didn't agree with a lot that Nero did. But he's still saying as long as the government is not going against God, then we need to obey them. He talks about we have a debt to love one another. What's my response supposed to be to somebody who's unkind to me? To love them. And a strong Christian should help a weak Christian by bearing their infirmities and edifying them. And we won't get into this, but Romans chapter 14, just a great passage on standards. How do I handle somebody whose standards are a little bit different than mine? Everybody's standards are not the same. Now, are there some biblical principles? I'll take movies. Are there some movies that I think it is wicked to watch? Absolutely. I mean, there are some that all they're talking about are immoral things. They're showing things that should not be the case. They're cursing every other word. I think those movies, I don't see how it edifies a Christian to watch them. But are there other movies where maybe it's a little bit more of a gray area? Yeah. I'll give you an example. I have a friend of mine that he's really big into like the purpose behind movies and stuff like that. And so he feels as if the Star Wars movies have a message behind them. So he doesn't like the Star Wars movies. Okay, that's his personal preference. Now, is he wrong with that? No, if the Holy Spirit is leading him that way, fine. But I'm not a big fan of the Star Wars movies, anyways. But I'm okay with watching the Star Wars movies. Now maybe your parents are like, no, we're not watching. It doesn't matter. There's different standards. We've got to be respectful. Now, does that mean that you do whatever you want to do? No. There is a right and wrong. But in some areas, there is a little bit of, I guess you could call gray area where the Bible is not all the way clear on that, and that's where it's left up to individual soul liberty. What does the word edify mean? To build up, to encourage. This is what Christians should do, to build up. So my job, let's see, Chase comes to my church. My job is to edify him, to build him up. It's not to critique him. Sometimes Christians, or just anybody in society, we think our job is to be the master critic. So somebody walks in and we're like, well, this person should be doing this, this, and this. That's not my job. My job is to edify him, to encourage him. And so that's important for us to know. And so we'll leave it at that. Let's go ahead and turn with me to our next section. We're going to look at one body, 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians. And the very first blank up there gives you sort of the rundown of the book. This is from Paul and Sosthenes while they were in Ephesus. Paul and Sosthenes while they were in Ephesus. This is written to the town of Corinth. Again, how do they get the name Corinthians? It's to the town of Corinth. What is this town? This town is a very, very rich town. This town is a very, very immoral town. This town is basically, if you want to say, a modern day equivalent to what people would think of in Corinth at that time, you would think of Las Vegas. Okay, what does Las Vegas try to go like? I don't think they try to use it as much, but at one point they sort of used Las Vegas. The sort of nickname was Sin City, right? That's what they tried to use. And so when in the first century, when they hear of Corinth, that's what they're thinking of. There is a huge temple here that is basically set up, and not to go into, I mean, it is just so much immorality going on there, prostitution, all of this, and that was to worship this goddess that they had there. I mean, this is just a wicked, wicked place. But there is a church there, and that is who Paul is going to write this to. Had Paul, well, let's go here. Had Paul written to Corinth before? Yes. We do not have that. That's not one of the letters. But we see that he had before. How did Paul hear from them before this letter? 3 men had come from Corinth to Paul and reported what was going on. Here's what happens. Paul starts this church. There's some things going on in this church, and these guys come and they're like, hey, Paul, this is going on. What should we do about this? Now, again, remember, they don't have the written word of God like what we have today. And so they're going to somebody that has been very influential, and they're asking him, and Paul's response is going to be what is written down here in 1 Corinthians. By the way, there's another book called 2 Corinthians. You guys know that already. And here's what the problems are that the church was experiencing. And we'll write some of these down, and some of what they should do to solve these problems. Okay? There were divisions in the church. And what these divisions were caused by is basically some people were like, hey, I'm a follower of Paul. I'm a follower of the guy came after Paul by the name of Apollos. I'm following Apollos. Some are like, well, no, I'm going to Peter. Peter's the guy. And then some of them were the super spiritual. I don't follow anybody. I just follow Jesus. That's what they were saying. And Paul sort of ends this because you're not following people, you are following God. Now, the response of I'm following Jesus sounds good, but the problem was the heart behind it. And here's what Paul says. Did I die for you? Did Apollos die for you? No. You're not following us, you're following him. And he reminds them of what he had taught them. He reminded them of the preaching that he had already preached to them and shared with them. The other problems, they were acting worldly and fleshly. Man, they were acting just like the people that were in their city. So wait a minute, guys, you're going right back to what you were. You were saved from that. Remember, we looked at Romans. You are set free from that. Why are you then living in that? All right, guys, we will finish that up tomorrow. Tonight, you guys are invited. We will have a youth group tonight. We'll have nachos, things like that. So if you guys are able to, love to have you join us. And there is no quiz tomorrow. So the only quiz is on Friday. So nothing that you have to worry about in this class for tomorrow. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to class, DLs. Okay, sorry we were late. Had to take care of a few little matters here in the classroom before we get started. Okay, take out a piece of paper and a writing utensil. Okay, I guess we're not using the clicker anymore. That's mine, that won't work here. Oh well, that's good. Mr. Moyer probably, did he use it? He probably took it then. Okay, here's your quiz. Oops, gotta get over here. 5 questions, only 5. Okay, is anybody not finished? Okay, here's your answers. Okay. We'll put this on. 10.3. Okay, Micah. 1, 4. Cody. Jasmine. Natalie. Destiny. Chase. Ariana is not here. Brianna. Aaron. Cheyenne. Bella. Jose. Jason. Jaden. Ladies, have a seat, please. John. Hudson. 4. 5. Tyler. Eliana. Kayla. Joey. Elias. Okay. Let's see what we can get done today. Okay. What are the 4 planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, called? Outer planets. Good. or they're also called the gas giants. Okay. What is the largest, that should be a T there, planet in the solar system? Okay. What is the biggest storm seen on the planet Jupiter? The Great Red Spot. It was discovered by William Herschel. Okay. This guy looks like George Washington. Okay. William Herschel. Enough talk. Enough talk. Okay. Number 2. It was the first new planet discovered. Okay. Let me remind everybody, while I'm talking, lecturing, what are you supposed to be? Not up and around. So Micah, that is 1. Check. Okay. Okay. Now, please do not tell me that that is blue to you. Okay. That is a teal-colored planet. Okay. It is the 7th planet from the sun. Let's name them: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus. Okay. William Herschel. Herschel. Well, some people may not know that. Okay, number 4. It's the 3rd largest planet in our solar system. Jupiter taking first prize. Saturn coming in second. Uranus coming in a strong 3rd. Okay, number 5. Number 3, 7th planet. 7th planet from the sun. Yep, 7th geranium from the sun. Okay, so number 4 was 3rd largest. Number 5, named after the Greek god of the sky. Looks just like Elias, doesn't it? It's got the curlier hair. Okay, it's parted down the middle there. Okay. What did you say, Aristotle? What did you say?
I said it looks like you if you have long hair and a beard. And a really
It does not. My beard isn't even like that.
No, he had a
Okay.
really curly beard. You're really trying to add too much to this guy. Like, if you had this and this and this and this, and I'm like,
Be quiet, Tiberius.
Okay. Now, it's a gas giant that seems to lie on its side because its bladder is full.
Don't scientists think that when it's flipped over like that or something?
Oh, I had to say that. Okay. Now, look what they're showing in this picture. Another ring, another planet with a ring around it. But it is on its side. Okay? It's the only one that lies on its side. Okay. Number 7, its orbit. It takes 30,589 days, or approximately 84 years, to rotate around the sun. To revolve, excuse me, wrong word. Revolve around the sun. Its rotation. Did you get that? Its rotation takes 17 hours, 14 minutes. Okay? So not as quick as some of the others. Okay? But still pretty fast. Okay? About 3/4 of what it takes us to go around the sun. Or I should say rotate on our axis. And letter C, it does have a retrograde rotation. Means it's moving backwards. Huh? What's the problem?
Jose has 11. Jose has 11.
Okay, number 8 goes right along with number 6. It's tilted at a 98-degree angle, the axis is, so therefore that's what makes it look like it's on its side.
Don't some people think that something crashed into it to make it go on its side like that?
Well, I'm sure that's what they believed. Now look at the difference between that and what the Earth is on this picture. Okay? The Earth is tilted, but not to the point where, like Uranus on its side, it's just tilted just a little bit. Okay? Okay? Number 9, its atmosphere. It's made up of hydrogen and helium. Thus, a gas giant. Letter B. It's a blue, has the blue-green color, thus making it turquoise color. So if you said green, I guess you could be half right. If you said blue, you're half right. But if you said turquoise, you're double right. Yes, sir. I could have something to say, but I won't. Nope, I'm going to be mature. Okay, I'm sorry, what? Shh. They would fall through? No. It's the atmosphere that gives it the color, not the planet. Okay. Could be. But from space, it's a blue color because of the methane. Okay. Number 10. Its temperature is around negative 375 degrees. Negative. Okay, Cody. Whoa. You didn't need to say what you said, and you didn't need to reply in the way you needed to. If you would have let me finish what I was about to say, I would have corrected it before you said something. We don't need to be calling people names, okay? Or questioning their IQ in any way, or anything else. Number 11. It does have a ring of system, or its own ring system made of dust, but it is harder to see, but it is there. Okay. Number 12, its moons. Titania, Oberon, Miranda, Cordelia, and Ophelia. Negative 375. I believe it was. Number 11 was dust, I'm sorry. M is absent, that's what it was. Well, I've got, they're online, so they're not absent. If they come online, then they're still in class, just like the DLs. At least in my opinion, they are. Okay, that's Uranus. Let's go to Neptune. Johann Gale. I assume that's Gale, or as Bella's name is Bella, it could be Gala. Got it too. Okay, number 2, it's the 8th planet from the sun. Let's name them. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Well, thank you for joining in. Appreciated that. No. I don't need your help. You just, Lord, please, why? Can't she be absent more than one day? Huh? What'd you call her? Okay. It is the... No snorting in class. Okay. It's the outermost planet in our solar system. Okay. Stop. Now, according to this picture, it's not, but it is, because this last one, Pluto, is not one of our planets anymore, or classified as one of the planets. Okay. So we only have 8 planets, 4 inners, 4 outers. Okay. Number 1, Mercury, thank you. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and no, you guys got them wrong. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. What'd you say? Number 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Yes, ma'am. What are those randos? To be honest, I don't know what those are, honestly. There are some asteroids bigger than some planets, or close to it. Okay. Yes. Because no, because things have collided out there, and they've just, yep, basically. Okay, shh. Moving on. Number 4. Neptune is the only planet discovered mathematically before it was seen. Okay, so mathematically they surmised based upon where all the other planets were, and they mathematically figured out that it was at this point. So they started looking at this point in space and came up with its discovery. Outermost planet. Number 5. It was named after the Roman god of the sea. This looks like Aaron. Okay. Okay. Hey, you've never seen him with his shirt off, okay? I'm sorry, Aaron. Okay. Who just threw that? You did? That's one check. Okay. Boy, we have gotten a lot of checks today, guys. Okay. So let's take this picture of Aaron away. Okay. Its orbit. It's 164 years. It takes 16 hours, 7 minutes to rotate. Okay, and its atmosphere. Hydrogen and helium. With a few other gases in there. It is of the blue nature, not aqua, not green, not purple, but it's blue because of the methane. And its largest satellite or moon is Titan. Here are the satellites of Neptune. Because it's still part of the solar system, just not one of the planets. Okay? Okay. So let's take a little closer look here at our Pluto. It was discovered by Clyde Tombaugh. Number 2, it was after the Roman god of the underworld. This kind of looks like Hudson over there. Okay. Okay. Number 3, it is the smallest planet in the solar system. It is classified as a dwarf, and we're going to get to that. Okay. Pluto does have some moons. They are Charon, Hydra, Nyx, and Eris. Okay, number 5. Okay, number 5, everybody ready? Number 5, it's classified as a dwarf planet. This is an object that does orbit the sun still. And most importantly, number 6, it is no longer considered a planet because objects were found in its orbit but not within control of its gravity. So that gives you an idea of how they classified the planets. Objects within its orbit have to be controlled by its gravity. Okay? Yes, ma'am. We are almost done. Okay? Can you wait just a sec? Okay? So, Plutoid. This is any trans-Neptunian dwarf planet. Okay? Anything beyond Neptune. Okay. Your homework is 10.3 due Friday. And yes, we are having class on Friday even though we have formal because we will leave after that. Reading pages 305 to 308, and you do have a quiz tomorrow, quiz 31, not open book, okay? Okay, yes. Stapler, yes. What? Okay, DLs, that's going to...
an afro.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Then it's not Jasmine's.
It's literally me in the morning. Working my hair.
Alright guys, look over your story.
I look like Rufio from
For those in distant learning, we are about to take our reading quiz, so make sure you're looking over your story and then put it away when we take our quiz. Sorry? Shh. Chase, put the snacks away. Jose, you ready for your quiz? Alright, well, take this time to look over your quiz right now, okay? Or your book. Alright, about 1 more minute. So make sure everyone's looking or reviewing. Alright, go ahead and clear your desk. Take out a sheet of paper. You good? Alright. Dustin, take your hood off, please. How long have I been telling you to get your own paper? This whole time. Get your own paper. Get your own paper. Does someone have a piece of paper that Joey could borrow or use? Uh-oh. I don't think anybody wants to lend their paper to Joey. Jaden is the simp. Jaden is the simp. I'm just kidding. Not only did he take your paper, but you had to struggle to give him your paper. I'm dead. Alright, shh, okay? Jose, go ahead and close. I know it's your planner, but just close everything right now during the quiz. Okay? Chase, where's your paper? Everybody else hear me say get out a piece of paper? Just making sure. Just making sure. Uh-oh. Does he have paper? Someone else lend Chase some paper, please. Guys, come on. Get your act together. Thank you, Hudson. Chase, can you fix your chair, please? All the way facing the front. All right. Number one. Who wrote the story? Who wrote the story? Shh. You good, Micah? Your pencil okay? Somehow it came off. Number 1, who wrote the story? Okay. Number 2, in which valley were there tales of the headless horseman? What was the city or the town called? Okay. Number 3, what was Ichabod Crane's occupation? What was Ichabod Crane's occupation? What did he do for a living? What was his job? Ask me after.
Do we have to put one?
Shh, that's fine. No, that's fine. Okay, number 4. To help with some income, name one side job that Ichabod Crane did. This actually is an important part because it's how he met somebody. To help with some income, name one side job that Ichabod Crane did. So he had this occupation. Obviously, it didn't pay much. So to help with income, he did some things for people. He did some other things that helped him gain a little bit of more extra money, like a side hustle that he did. Okay, what's your question? Just one. At least one. Okay? Maybe put 2 just in case one's wrong. Number 5, what was the name of the girl that he was interested in? What was the name of the girl that he was interested in? Okay, this one I'll accept first names, if you can only remember her first name. What was the name of the girl that Ichabod Crane was interested in? And the reason why I said number 4 was important is that's because that's how he met the girl. That's how he met the girl. So one side job, number 4, that he did. Number 5, what was the name of that girl that he was interested in? Okay, so fast forward to the end of the story. What did the headless horseman throw at Ichabod? In the end of the story, remember Ichabod was being chased by the headless horseman. Okay, what did the headless horseman throw at Ichabod? Kind of knocked him out. Don't overthink this one. It's kind of ironic too. Okay. Number 7, last question. Okay, in your own words, what happened to Ichabod Crane after his encounter with the headless horseman? So what happened in the end? What happened to Ichabod Crane in the end of the story? Do we know what happened to Ichabod Crane at the end of the story? Okay, in your own words, write down what happened in the story. Okay, I'm going to go through these again. Number 1, who wrote the story? Number 2, in which valley were there tales of the headless horseman, or what was the town called? Number 3, what was Ichabod Crane's occupation? Number 4, name one side job that Ichabod Crane did to help with some income or extra income. Number 5, what was the name of the girl that Ichabod Crane was interested in? Number 6, in the end of the story, what did the headless horseman throw at Ichabod that knocked him out? Number 7, what happened to Ichabod Crane after his encounter with the headless horseman? What happened to him in the story? Sorry? 2, in which valley were there tales of the headless horseman? Okay, that one's pretty simple. It's in the title. Shh. Don't say it out loud, but it's the legend of something. All right, once you're done, go ahead and turn it into the tray. And we will move on. So that's the last story in lesson 12. So tomorrow, or unit 11, I think. Unit 11. So on Friday, we'll go over what's going to be on our lit final for next week.
Like,
Yeah, that's fine.
and then May's restroom.
Yes.
Also, what is that?
Some water balloons that I took away from the 6th grade.
And then is that like, good enough answer?
No, at the very, very end. Like what happened to Ichabod Crane.
Well, he left town because he was confused.
Okay.
Wait.
That's fine.
You said he could
The legend of...
But you said the town that it happened.
So, like, the valley, or what they call it. Shh. Hurry, okay? Alright, go ahead and take out your vocab books. Sorry, spelling book. Okay? We'll do that, and then go ahead and start working on exercise A. Exercise A, once you've gotten that out. List number 25, page number 63 in your vocab book. Start working on exercise A. All right, number 1, 12 men enter Canaan to blank the area for Joshua. Jose? Okay, this one is pronounced reconnoiter, okay? Reconnoiter, so yes, good. Number 2, the skating instructor helped the blank up off the ice. Micah? The fledgling, so the rookie or the trainee. Number 3, I almost got into a car accident on the highway because a blank driver swerved into my lane. Chase? Erratic. Number 4 is staying out late on a weeknight, blank in your family. Joey? Permissible. Number 5, Sam, put it out of your mind. I snapped in a rather blank rebuff. Who knows this one? Bella? Surly. Good. A rather ill-tempered response there. Okay. Number 6, the courageous blank of the Pony Express carried the mail between Missouri and California. Brianna? The courier. Number 7, the toddler dominated the attention of his blank grandparents. Kayla, do you know this one? Doting, okay? Doting. Good. Number 8, her head must be filled with all kinds of blank ideas. Hudson, do you know this one? Novel ideas, new, strange, original. Some get themselves into debt by acting upon a blank. Cody, do you have this one? A whim. And then number 10, the bubonic plague blank Europe during the 1300s, killing a large percentage of the population. Jasmine? Pervaded. Good. Okay. Let's not go, we're not going to go ahead over what's it called, exercise B, but make sure you're studying now for list 24 and 25, okay, for your final on Tuesday. Okay, so that'll be over spelling words and vocabulary words and definitions. So that'll be your spelling and vocabulary final on Tuesday, May 25th. Okay, next week is finals, so almost there, guys. Make sure you guys are studying now. Okay, let's go ahead and go over grammar, and let's finish out our units with the remaining time that we do have. Okay. On Friday, we will have a quiz over adjective usage, okay? So adjective usage meaning, can we spot adjectives? Okay, what do adjectives describe, class? Class, what do adjectives describe? Nouns and pronouns. So, if you don't know still what's harder, if it's still hard for you to find adjectives, maybe you need to find all the nouns. We know nouns are what, class? Persons, places, things, or ideas. So in a sentence, okay, I find a noun here, all right? Maybe my noun is book, okay? So that's the noun. Is there anything that's describing book, okay? The good book, okay, or the large book. Those would be your adjectives there. Okay, so go ahead and turn to page number 190, actually 188 in the green book. And then page 100 or 200 and, does anybody know what it is in the blue book? Sorry, give me 1 second. No, it is 231, okay? 231. All right, we're not going to go over reviewing complements. We'll go over that at the end. For those of you in the green book, we already did page 185, correct? Exercise B. All right, good. Okay, so let's look at page 188. Let's look at exercise A. For those of you in the blue book, it's page 231, exercise A. Okay? Circle each word that is used as an adjective, except articles. Okay, what are my articles here, class? A and in the. Okay, so if I say a book, you don't have to circle that. Okay, the book, you don't have to circle that. So make sure you just do the adjectives, all right? So go ahead and circle them. Number 2, draw the arrow to the word that it modifies, okay? That it describes, the noun that it's describing. So go ahead and work on it, and we will go over it together. Circle your adjectives. Circle your adjectives. Just the words here. Okay, not the phrases or anything like that yet. Fort Sumter is what kind of phrase, John? Sorry? Prepositional. Okay. All right, number 1, the American Civil War raged from April 12, 1861, when the Battle of Fort Sumter was fought, until April 9, 1865, when the Confederate commander Robert E. Lee surrendered to Union Commander Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. Wow, that was a really long sentence there. Okay, so who has number 1? Give me the first part of the sentence. The American Civil War raged from April 12, 1861, when the Battle of Fort Sumter was fought. Aaron? Okay. Sorry? The battle and pointed to what? Not Sumter here. Okay. Battle of Fort Sumter is the name of the battle. Okay, so that whole thing is a noun. So American is my only adjective here. Civil War, same thing. Okay, Civil War is the name of the war there. All right, it's not just the war. But if you circle civil, that's fine too. Okay. All right. Until April 9th, 1865, when the Confederate commander Robert E. Lee surrendered to Union commander Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. Jose? Sure. Okay, who has this one? Brianna? What do I circle? Yes. Still on number 1. Good. Good. Confederate to commander, Union to commander. Good. Anything else in their class? Yes or no? No. Good. Number 1 in the blue book. The red fox may be recognized by its bright color and white-tipped tail. Elias, give me any adjectives there describing describing nouns and pronouns. Going to what? Okay. Bright, going to color. What about your subject? What's my subject? Fox. Okay. Anything going to fox? The red fox. Okay. One more thing that's going to color. In this case, it's showing possession. For those of you in the blue book, what is it? Its color. It's saying whose color? Its color. And one more thing, Elias. White tipped going to tail. Good. Number 2 in the green book. During the first battles of the war, neither side had appropriate uniforms. Give me that one. Natalie? First to battles. Appropriate to uniforms. There's also one more in that sentence, or that first part of the sentence. Saying which side? Neither side. Good. Later, the Union armies would don the blue uniforms. Okay. Anything there? Kayla? Later, the Union armies would don the blue uniforms. Good. 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 Awesome. Union to armies, blue to uniforms, Confederate to armies, gray to uniforms. Good. This cunning creature, talking about the fox, this cunning creature is both sly and crafty. Jason? Sorry? Awesome. This and cunning to creature. There's a predicate adjective in this sentence. Or 2 of them. Sly and crafty. Again, those are predicate adjectives going back to creature. Number 3, during the dark days of the terrible war, the inspiring words "In God We Trust" were put in the on the U.S. coins for the first time by President Abraham Lincoln. Jaden? Dark to days. Terrible to war. Inspiring to words. First time. There's one more. It's saying what kind of coins? The U.S. coins. Good. Number 3. Red foxes mate for life and are completely loyal to their mates. Bella?
Red goes to foxes.
Good.
Blue goes to foxes.
Good.
And there goes to mates.
There goes to mates. Loyal goes back to foxes. And then red also goes to foxes. Number 4 in the green book. Several Native American tribes, including the Cherokee and the Choctaw tribes, allied themselves with the Confederacy at the beginning of the war. Brianna? Good. Good. Several Native American go to tribes. Cherokee and Choctaw go to tribes as well. For those of you, number 4 in the blue book, often the clever fox will outwit the lumbering hounds with ease. Okay, who has this one? Jasmine? Number 4. Good? Good. Clever to fox, lumbering to hounds. Awesome. Okay, we'll practice it more tomorrow. No homework for tonight. It is Wednesday. All right, so we can practice that for our quiz on Friday, which will be over adjectives, and then our grammar final will be over, I'll tell you that
But you should be in your seat though. All right, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well today. Yes, sir. Should have already done it, but quickly. You gotta be back in like 1 minute. We gotta start. Okay, we do have our quiz today. I sent it to all of you guys. Emily, I already got yours. Jezreel, I sent it to you. My Schoolworks, Mia, I messaged it to you. Make sure you get those turned in. As some of you are forgetting to turn in a few things, make sure you get it turned in on time so I can get that graded and give you full credit for that. Okay, we are going to take the quiz. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes. That is it. 2 minutes to review. No, you're not reviewing with someone else. You're turning your seat around. Jose, turn our seat. Okay, find your seat and you're quiet. The two that aren't taking it today, you need to sit there and be quiet or else I'm just going to send you to the office till we do the notes. Okay, just sit there and be quiet. If you have other homework, but it's Wednesday, I'm assuming you don't. Okay, put your head down, take a nap, eat a snack quietly. I don't care, but I don't want to hear you. Jose and everyone else, clear your desks except for what you're reviewing with. So like move any backpacks, books out of the way where I can see your desk clearly. That's fine. As long as I can see your desk. So like Kayla, move your books on the ground or out of the way. Everyone else looks good.